Looks like Delphine Arnault, though.
Yes,
it does.
And there you have Dan Quayle. There you have there with his wife, and we are expecting, as we heard as well, of course, former vice presidents are invited, and we are expected to see Mike Pence. He has confirmed that he is attending. Want to bring in, as we watch these arrivals, Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. He's also at the Capitol. Major.
This is the ceremonial recasting for the nation of what the meaning of January 6, 2021 actually was. Corporate America estranged itself from then President Trump, and many in the Republican Party thought his political career was effectively over. He is now returning as president to the very place where those who supported him rioted on Capitol Hill to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power and overturn a legal and fairly held presidential election. What we're seeing here is a complete contextualization of what January 6th means. Those who've long supported President Trump believe it was just a momentary spasm, a reflection of anger that grew out of COVID-19 and lockdowns. Many others, President Biden in particular, in his inaugural address 4 years ago, said it was a symptom of something dark and dangerous in America. White supremacy, extremists, terrorists within the United States. He warned about all of those dark forces coming back into America. Whether those are dark forces or not, President Trump returns to power and can recontextualize all of January 6, 2021 as something that, if it's momentary or not, did not discourage him and did not dissuade the American public for reinvesting him with powers he is about to possess in this room and the Capitol Rotunda in moments from now.
It's an excellent point, Major Garrett. Thank you. And there is going to be massive change here in Washington, Margaret.
There is. It was notable there, Nora, that Mike Pence, the former vice president, walked in by himself. Karen Pence was not with him. And we talked earlier about what was clearly tension between her and the former president. Remembering on January 6th, she was sheltering in safety along with some of their children, as I understand it, and the vice president, as those mobs who were storming the Capitol.
Yelling to hang Mike Pence. I think as a wife, that's very difficult to forget.
Understandable. Yeah. And she can't forget. We're acknowledging the awkwardness. I don't know if irony and awkward are the right words to even choose when we talk about Joe Biden peacefully transferring power to Donald Trump, whose supporters tried to stop that transfer of power in 2021. And the Biden campaign that ran on this idea of an existential threat to democracy, even in that farewell speech that President Biden just delivered, warning of this dark future, saying stand guard, talking about oligarchs as we look at these CEOs in the room, tech billionaires, and today walking side by side in this diplomatic, genteel way, as if none of that had happened, as if we had not heard an entire presidential campaign warning us of the dark future should Donald Trump be elected. We're now going to test and see what happens. Nora, it's also interesting to see who was invited to this inauguration. There are a number of leaders. That is unusual, but it's also unusual to see who was personally invited. One of them, the Prime Minister of Italy, a conservative leader within Europe. That seems a symbolic invitation, but there are also party leaders from within Europe, as you and I spoke about the other day, from the very far-right movements, anti-immigrant movements within Europe, in Germany and in France, who sent representatives. And as you hear Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who's not there, but a dear friend of Donald Trump, say it, he sees this return to power by Mr. Trump as a sign of a global shift towards the far right, empowering a conservative global movement. That's how he and his political advisor describe what we're about to see here.
Well, you see Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez, his fiancée, have just arrived, standing next to Mark Zuckerberg and his wife, Priscilla Chan. We haven't heard anything from Priscilla Chan, considering Mark Zuckerberg has made a lot of news lately.
That's right. So what we are seeing, Gail, as you just pointed out, the world's richest men are all here at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Elon Musk is number one at that, worth over $200 billion. And then Jeff Bezos, around $200 billion, give or take here. Bernard Arnault and others gathered here for this inauguration along with their members of their family. And I should just point out that shortly we are going to hear the introduction of former President Clinton, then former President George W. Bush, former President Barack Obama, and then this whole ceremony will begin. John Dickerson.
Well, I was just wondering whether in the history of mankind there has ever been a geographical location that has had more wealth collected in it than what we're looking at right now.
And as we mentioned, this is the introduction of former President Clinton and former First Lady and Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton as they make their way to the rotunda platform. Normally, this would be through the chute, right, which is down that red carpet onto the inaugural platform, that majestic platform, which for now, which took months to build, is just gathering some snow.
It's a great feeling to be introduced coming down that platform. I will tell you that. I'll also mention that President Clinton and Mrs. Clinton were, of course, there 8 years ago. They came to the lunch, the very small 200-person lunch afterwards, and President Trump specifically expressed his gratitude that they were both there and for their service to the country. It's that kind of moment when a lot of things are put aside. Sometimes they're pretty quickly recaptured, but this is a day that's more about democracy than party.
And as we mentioned, these are members of Donald Trump's family that you just saw there, and former President Barack Obama heading to the rotunda platform, not joined by Michelle Obama. She did not also come to Washington for the funeral of Jimmy Carter, just recently celebrating her birthday.
Presidential Inaugural Committee. Committee co-chair, Mr. Steve Witkoff.
And just mentioned the committee co-chair, Steve Witkoff, who in addition to these responsibilities as co-chair of the Inaugural Committee, Margaret Brennan has just recently returned from Israel after working to help broker that deal to bring the hostages home.
Donald Trump's best friend, as he describes himself, also a real estate developer, and now the closer on this major diplomatic deal between Israel and Hamas. We'll have to see if the Trump team is able to continue to corral both sides to stay on track with a very complex deal that, if it works, would see the return of as many as 3 Americans who are still believed to be held hostage by Hamas and other terror groups.
Does Donald Trump call him the best friend, Margaret, or as you said, self-professed best friend?
I don't know. Ask Bob Costa.
Bob Costa, you would know the answer to that question.
There are a lot of so-called best friends
Exactly.
here for President-elect Trump.
Margaret, on the hostage ceasefire deal, are you of the view that it took both presidents to get this done?
Yes.
If they both hadn't been involved, it wouldn't have happened?
It is absolutely remarkable, and the Biden team is very clear about that. We had the negotiator, Brett McGurk, on Face the Nation yesterday. He calls Steve Witkoff also a friend at this point. It was the idea that you can't find divisions between the two administrations, and the fear on the Israeli side that Donald Trump, who has been such an ally of Benjamin Netanyahu, might not take so kindly if he says no to a deal he wants. That helped. So while Brett McGurk was in Doha pressing the Qataris to get Hamas, it was Steve Witkoff pressing the Israelis to get to yes. And that combined power got them there. Now we'll have to see if they can keep them on track with this deal to bring those Americans back and the rest of the hostages.
We just saw Tim Cook a moment ago talking to someone, but I'm curious, Senator, have you ever seen this many business leaders and these business leaders at this stature at an inauguration before?
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember if they would have been at the Obama. I think not. And of course, so much of this wealth has been created in the last decade. It's an incredible accumulation of wealth and success by these individuals. And frankly, they don't all get along all that well together. So they don't hang around together a lot.
And as Gail just mentioned, we just saw the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook. And last night we heard Donald Trump mention Tim Cook, saying that Apple is promising to build some new businesses and make investments in America, talking about how much has changed. He mentioned other companies who are investing, in his words, tens of billions of dollars. Donald Trump trying to make the case last night to his supporters, the Capital One Arena, in his words, that he's gotten more done than, in his words, Joe Biden has gotten done in 4 months. You can see already trying to draw that contest, even on the day before inauguration, which is usually a lot of glad handing and pleasantries. There you see the incoming in the white coat there. That's Miriam Adelson, who's standing, strong supporter, talking to John Paulson, the Palm Beach billionaire and noted hedge fund, private equity individual who was involved for many years and is close friends with the president, was going to be part of the president's cabinet, but also a supporter here. And everyone is gathered, including the former presidents, as we saw them come in. And what we're expecting just shortly is the Chief Justice will be announced. John Roberts says he will be the one swearing in Donald Trump. And then we will see Jill Biden, and we will see Melania Trump and Usha Vance. And here we go. And Justice Brett Kavanaugh will be issuing the oath of office to J.D. Vance. And a reminder that one of these justices, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, put into office by Joe Biden, but 3 of these justices were appointed by and confirmed by the Senate under Donald Trump, and has remarkably changed the landscape of the Supreme Court. Want to bring in Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. And Major, given the changes that Donald Trump was able to enact during his presidency, and then Joe Biden, what do you see happening even in this first year of office?
Yeah, what I hear and what I envision for this second Trump administration, Nora, is emphasis on immigration, emphasis on tax cuts, not just extending the Trump tax cuts passed during the first Trump administration, but possibly adding others, giving relief to some northeastern states that have been long seeking relief during the first year of the Trump administration. All of those things are going to be part of the domestic agenda: immigration, tax cuts, and a significant effort to boost what is already a significant amount of domestically produced energy in this country. The Biden administration kept many of the Trump policies, reversed some. There'll be a tactical decision to encourage as much domestic energy exploration as possible. That's natural gas, liquefied natural gas, oil, all of that in the drill, baby, drill umbrella that Trump talked about relentlessly during the campaign, and a transformative approach to immigration that may not land well with all businesses in this country, small, medium, and large, if in fact workplace enforcement take laborers out of the economy. That's to be determined. But certainly the American public will support efforts to take those who have either committed crimes or have been already adjudicated to leave this country to be removed immediately. That will be supportive. The polling data on that is clear, and that's going to be the early emphasis of this administration on immigration.
Major Garrett, thank you. And we look now at the number of VIPs who are seated in the front row, very close to what is going to be the president's family. And here you have Donald Trump's 5 children making the entrance into the Capitol Rotunda. They are the last of the Trump family we'll see before we see Jill Biden and Doug Emhoff introduced. And Robert, talk just about how close his children are with the president-elect in terms of advising him, supporting him, being inside that inner circle.
They're everything. Remember, President-elect Trump grew up at his father, Fred Trump's side, and he was told from a young age, you trust family. Everybody else maybe have a bit of a question mark above them. And he has taken that approach to his life, to his business, and to his presidency. He has an inner circle, he has a wide orbit of friends and allies, but it's his family he relies upon. Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Eric in particular. They've been with him through legal trials and political trials.
You know, Bob, I interviewed Eric Trump 8 years ago when they first got into the office, and I said, what will be the biggest adjustment for your family? And he said, trusting people from the outside, because we are very close, we are very connected, and it's very difficult for us to let new people in. And that seems to have been the case, although Ivanka Trump has made it clear she doesn't intend to engage this particular administration. Do you think that's true?
She will remain an informal advisor to President-elect Trump, but will not join the White House
She will not have a
staff.
formal role.
I think there's a lot of the informal happening with this term. I know Jared Kushner, son-in-law, husband of Ivanka Trump, has been a conduit for a lot of the outreach to the Middle East. He is now invested in heavily by some of the Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia and the others. He's staying on the outside while continuing those business interests, but a conduit to the Trump team, particularly on issues of geopolitics.
So much of what we are witnessing today is this peaceful transfer of power, a lot of pomp and circumstance and ceremony, but a lot of important things also happening today. And I want to ask Senator Blunt about that, because there are reports that Pentagon officials do not know who will run the government's largest agency, the Defense Department. Donald Trump has not signaled. So what does that mean?
Well, I think the time between now and the time that the defense secretary is confirmed, whoever that turns out to be, it's really important to know, and surely those signals will come right away. The president would understand that you've got to have a chain of command, and I think he'll follow up on that.
We've heard reports about other agencies, about people that would be leading them. Those names have been made public. Is it notable that we haven't heard who should be leading the Defense Department?
I don't know that it's notable. I do think it's extraordinary how deeply they have gone into these agencies, the various, not just the service secretaries, but their undersecretaries, their chiefs of staff. If this was done in such detail before, I didn't see it done by anybody, and I certainly didn't see it done by Donald Trump the first time. I don't think he's going to miss something as important as knowing who's in control of the Defense Department at noon today. You still have the Joint Chiefs in place, Nora, and that's important to understand. You still have the Joint Chiefs in place. So we know who's in charge of every agency, and we know who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So to some extent, the Defense Department takes care of itself. But I think he'll be very clear about what civilian person is filling that role in the interim. You know, I just noticed another kind of interesting, the entertainment here, Carrie Underwood, that's always a challenge. It was particularly a challenge for Trump in the first term, just getting entertainers generally. And it's nice to see we seem to have turned a corner on that. But even 4 years ago, the Biden administration had the Biden team had a country music singer who was going to sing. They never announced it. On the Thursday before the election, before the inauguration, he said he didn't think he could come, and they called Garth Brooks
Vice
that day.
The Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
And thus begins the announcement of the former vice presidents. We should note that we have learned that the entire Biden press staff has officially left the building, that Karine Jean-Pierre was the last to leave. Andrew Jackson's portrait is already back up on the wall. And Biden press staffer tells CBS News that the Reagan rug, which is the rug that Reagan used and Trump previously used, is back. They had to disassemble the Prelude desk to switch out the rugs.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
And we're waiting now for the introduction of the president and president-elect. And as we can see, Dr. Biden entering with the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff.
Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump.
And we're looking at members of the first family. And there you have members of the United States Senate, including Senator Cory Booker and Senator Grassley and Senator Tom Cotton tweeting away, looks like, checking his phone for the very latest on TikTok.
Not on TikTok. Yeah.
No.
Which is not allowed to be on federal devices because of national security concerns.
Well, I think it's Senator Tim Cotton has appropriately and very succinctly said why it's such a concern is that, according to U.S. national security officials backed by both Republican and Democratic senators, if you have it on your phone, they believe that they can monitor, and the Chinese-owned ByteDance can monitor text messages, emails, location, and more, which, as Margaret points out, why it's banned now from federal devices.
I'm curious about the seating.
Ladies and
where is the
gentlemen,
Chinese
escorting
representative
Dr.
sitting?
Biden and Mr.
Here they
Emhoff,
come.
the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
And they're the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Biden, who has done so much for military families in her service as First Lady of the United States. Their son, Beau Biden, had served in the National Guard and had served overseas. And they first started the initiative with Michelle Obama, First Lady, and she continued that then as First Lady, making sure that military families receive the attention that they deserve and the support that they need. It's been one of her hallmark issues. And of course, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, has done a lot of initiatives to fight anti-Semitism, and that has been at the forefront of his agenda. And you can see he's seated right next to Bill Clinton there. And it doesn't take any special analysis to see people are tightly packed.
Yes.
Yes.
And behind President Clinton, you see a man with glasses. That's Phil Ruffin from Las Vegas, the casino owner, Treasure Island, one of the closest friends of President-elect Trump, 89 years old, someone the president-elect talks to all the time, and he has a prime seat.
He's one of the close supporters, and as you said, friends of the president. It's also remarkable to see, I believe, every single one of our Supreme Court justices there in the front row as Justice Kavanaugh will deliver the oath to Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and then the Chief Justice to the incoming President of the United States. Those words are important in delivering the oath, because when he did it with Barack Obama, he missed a word, and it was Barack Obama who caught it and insisted that that night they redo it at Blair House to make sure that there was no question about whether Barack Obama was the legitimate president of the United States, because there was a word missing in the oath of the office. And Senator Blunt, you were there.
I was there, and I remember that happening.
Did you catch the missing word, or it was just Barack Obama's fine ears that...
I did not, but I swore the new governor of Missouri in a week ago, and I'm sure I got every word. I didn't want to be part of a lawsuit.
You're looking at it, checking it twice.
That's right. Incredibly.
You guys, I have to say, I'm looking at this crowd. I do not see many people of color. Does anybody else besides me observe that? I'm fascinated by why that is.
On Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the most notable and one of the most high-ranking is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, first black woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, notably appointed by Joe Biden as he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Jimmy Carter in appointing a number of women and black women to the federal judgeships.
General Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is probably there. In fact, that might be the side of his head. No, because he's, well, I can't tell what uniform that is.
I can't tell from this.
But he was undoubtedly there.
Yeah, I saw Jim Clyburn. I saw him.
You will see Christine Noem there in the light blue suit, the governor of North Dakota, who is the president's choice to lead the Department of Homeland Security, and she will play a key role in carrying out a number of these executive orders that have been signaled, Margaret, in terms of the mass deportation that Donald Trump has promised.
Yes, the South Dakota governor will.
South Dakota.
She had at one point been considered as a vice presidential running mate by the Trump team. A book she published may have gotten in the way of that. but is not getting in the way, it would appear at this point, of her rising to a very key role. She will be working alongside a newly created role of a border czar and Tom Homan, also working with Stephen Miller, who will be the architect within the Trump administration of upcoming immigration policy. So she will be in a key position.
I thought that was a very diplomatic way to phrase it, Margaret, that the book she written may have gotten in the way of that. It was the anecdote that she told about killing her dog, and she detailed it. It's the type of thing that no one would have known about it had she not, and I think people were surprised that she included that little nugget.
And then a goat, and she also said that she met the leader of North Korea, and then said somebody else put that in her book that she wrote and had to pull it back from publication. We talked to her about it at the time.
Yeah, we did too. So I think you're correct to say that book may have derailed things a bit for her.
But she will lead a very powerful agency, the Department of Homeland Security, and I want to bring in Nancy Cordes. She is in Emancipation Hall. Nancy.
Nora, it's so fascinating to see who's in that room, try to read their body language, but the room itself is so majestic, which is why it was chosen for this indoor ceremony. The Capitol Rotunda is at the very heart of the Capitol, dead center, underneath the majestic dome. It was completed in 1824, and it was intended to recall the Pantheon, that ancient Roman temple. And people have probably been seeing, as they take wide shots, these enormous paintings that are placed around the rotunda. Revolutionary scenes like the signing of the Declaration of Independence, General George Washington resigning his military commission, which was such a pivotal moment in U.S. history. And there are also some scenes of early exploration, notably the landing of Columbus and the baptism of Pocahontas. Interestingly, Gail was just talking about people of color in the room. Well, Pocahontas is a woman of color, of course. She was represented 3 times in the art within the Capitol Rotunda, actually the second most of anyone other than George Washington.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. We are still waiting for the introduction of Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and President-elect Donald Trump to be brought into the rotunda. Senator Blunt, it looks like we're running maybe 20 minutes behind schedule. Does that matter?
Yes.
Yes. I'm
yes,
just in the effort of efficiency, we've got to get the president sworn in right at noontime, don't we?
That's a tradition. I'm not sure that the world would end if that didn't happen. That's a tradition, and you always try to get there. I would say of the in the rotunda, my favorite of all those pictures, because of the story it tells, is George Washington leaving, the resigning, going back home. Maybe one of the 2 or 3 pivotal moments in the history of the country. When they told George III that had happened, he didn't believe it, because he assumed, like everybody else, that Washington would take over the government. And George III purportedly said, if that's true, he is the greatest man alive.
And that painting played such a key role in the conversations about January 6th, because to your earlier question, Gail, about what checks a president who has unlimited ambition and perhaps not the regular constraints, that portrait was a sign of the internal virtue, Washington not seizing power, but in a democracy protecting it and stepping aside, which is a part of.
And maybe the second time the great pull of Mount Vernon is when George Washington decides not to be president more than 2 terms.
That's right.
Both pivotal moments, I think.
You see Usha Vance there, the wife of Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, who is a key counselor to him.
And the future First Lady of America, Melania Trump.
Wearing an Eric Jarvis hat, they said. I think that's a...
What do you call it?
The designer is Eric Jarvis, they said. Looks very elegant.
It is just now about 11:30, so there are 30 minutes left of the Joe Biden presidency. His team.
What do they do, team, for the next half hour?
You mean
waiting till noon?
Well, we're going to have there's a whole program
yes.
that's set to happen. The Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will be sworn in. We're going to hear from Cardinal Archbishop Dolan, who will deliver remarks. We are going to hear from Carrie Underwood, and there's going to be the Battle Hymn of the Republic and the Trump inaugural address.
Performing
and more.
O America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
And we should note, at the White House, there's a flurry of activity as they are cataloging the President Biden's materials, getting them out, and then stocking the fridge, and the valet is hanging the clothes for the incoming president. It's a whirlwind of logistical precision to move one in and one out in the short period of time that this is taking place.
To thee I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be from your mountains grand and go through this land. You will be beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me. To pay to thee, to thee, oh, I will be. And we will be as
The national anthem by Christopher Macchio, that was O America. I'm sorry, the program in front of me is incorrect. Followed by the National Academy Glee Club and the Armed Forces Chorus, backed up by the Marine Band. Want to bring in Ed O'Keefe, who spoke with him. Ed?
Nora, you are okay to be confused there, because he's actually the only person performing twice today. He is going to sing the national anthem a little later, and he's a great example of sort of the kind of every guy that has been elevated by the president-elect by virtue of the fact that he met him many years ago when he performed at Mar-a-Lago, became a huge fan of his voice. He performed at the president-elect's brother's funeral, then at the 2020 Republican convention. And as you heard there, he's now described by Trump world as America's tenor. He told me in our interview that the president-elect is set to name him as some kind of an ambassador for American music and culture. And we can expect that he may actually travel the world on behalf of the country performing, and with the president-elect next year as the country marks its 250th anniversary. But he grew up on Long Island and was told by a high school teacher years ago, you have a gift you have to share with the world. And today, before a global audience, he gets to do that.
And there we see the First Lady and the President-elect Donald Trump entering the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Melania Trump sitting next to her son, Barron Trump, and her father. And if there's something that's changed in the last 8 years, it's Barron Trump, who has gained a couple feet there. He now stands at 6'7", towering over everyone in the room, now a student at NYU, living in New York City. And it is cramped, you can see there. Yes. Everyone is packed in, as they have put more than 600 people inside the Capitol Rotunda, including many of the lawmakers and dignitaries.
Escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
Forged. The U.S. Capitol led to the U.S. presidency. But in a way, as Senator Blunt knows, President Biden has always thought about the Capitol, in a sense, as home.
Wrapping up nearly 5 decades of public service, and a standing ovation there for the President of the United States as the crowd waits.
Escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms Mr. Sean Keating.
The schedule calls for the Vice President-elect to be sworn in first.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
And Robert, a remarkable moment for J.D. Vance, a noted author who was well regarded by a number of Democrats, who then made his way into the United States Senate and became very close with the Trump family, and now is the future Vice President of the United States.
A remarkable and rapid political ascent for this 40-year-old man from Ohio, went to Yale Law School, wrote about his tough upbringing in Southern Ohio. Hillbilly Elegy becomes a runaway bestseller, captivates people in the business community across the country. And
Ron Howard makes a movie out of it.
And he's originally a critic of President-elect Trump, but then had a reckoning and became perhaps his biggest ally.
Ceremonies. Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes. Nancy, we're just getting some breaking news about President Biden pardoning members of his own family. Why?
That's right, Nora. With just 20 minutes or so left in his presidency, we've just gotten word from President Biden that he is pardoning his brothers, their wives, his sister, other family members. He says that he is doing this because basically baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives of individuals. Obviously, the message he's sending is that he believes that the Biden family will be targeted after he leaves office by the incoming administration, and he wants to head that off.
Remarkable.
Please be seated.
Absolutely remarkable, John. I can't think of blanket pardons for every member of your family.
No, and it's a reminder that despite the pleasantries in the ceremony and both sides applauding for each other and all that looks normal, ringed around this ceremony is the politics in America right now, and Joe Biden is anticipating something and acting to head it off.
The statement says there's no acknowledgement of any wrongdoing nor acceptance that it be misconstrued as a mission of guilt. So legally, you'd have to talk to a legal analyst about whether preemptive pardons for crimes not yet committed or no documentation of crimes committed or even charges brought stands.
But the timing and the optics, I think, don't help here.
Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
And these are J.D. Vance's and Usha Vance's young children that are joining for the swearing in, along with his mother there in red.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
And we have a new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, sworn in by Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. What we should note is that the second lady, Usha Vance, actually clerked for Brett Kavanaugh when he was a judge at the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia. Usha also clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts when he was at the Supreme Court. She is a noted lawyer herself.
Presidential oath of office.
And they are slowly ushering their young children out the door, along with J.D. Vance's mother, as it is just 12:01, the time when the new president is supposed to be sworn in. Now the Chief Justice.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
And now we have the 47th President of the United States, President Donald Trump, only the second president in history to serve non-consecutive terms, sworn in on the Bible given to him by his mother and the Lincoln Bible. Congratulated by his family and friends.
Well, you noticed a little scrambling there of the family to get up there, and they moved a couple of the music numbers later to get this done as close to noon as they possibly could. About 20 minutes behind on the regular schedule, but they repositioned. I don't know that it's absolutely essential, but it's certainly traditional to get that done at noon.
And because of that, we're not sure what's next. We don't know if it's the end.
Exactly. A fitting way to start the Trump administration.
Because the schedule has been changed around a little bit, this is now the Marine Band. And that was the Battle Hymn of the Republic by the United States Naval Academy Glee Club. Just a bit of history here. For over 138 years, this song has been a fixture of patriotic programs, still sung in schools and churches across the nation. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord, poem written by a woman. We're about to hear from Senator Fisher, who will introduce the president. And as Senator Blunt reminded us, the first time two women have chaired this committee.
To introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and That is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The inaugural address of the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. It was billed as an optimistic and hopeful address. Donald Trump said he wants to be a peacemaker and a unifier, promising to put America first and to usher in a revolution of common sense. In his words, you just heard him say, our golden age has just begun. But he then plunged into a list of grievances, said from this moment on, America's decline is over. We're going to dig into the details of this speech. But I think first we want to hear from Carrie Underwood, who is set to deliver America the Beautiful. And then we'll talk about some of the details that President Donald Trump just outlined in his inaugural address, describing a liberation day, saying, too, that they will declare a crisis on the southern border and that, in his words, we will be a rich nation again. Donald Trump also using an inaugural address to say there are only two genders, male and female, also talking about full back pay for those who refuse the COVID vaccine. It sounds like they're just trying to get the music ready to hear from Carrie Underwood. This remarkable moment where you see 5 presidents of the United States in one room. It was more like a State of the Union than an inaugural address in many ways, and that's in part because of the location inside the Capitol Rotunda, as opposed to out on that inaugural platform. And so people stood and applauded. That's not something we usually see in an inaugural address. But it was notable that none of the former presidents stood up and applauded throughout his remarks, including the former Republican president, George W. Bush. That's what I was just going to say, yes.
Either party.
Nora, it was interesting to hear the now president say, I was saved by God to make America great, talking about that attempt on his life back in July. So he believes he doesn't just have a political mandate, he believes he has some mandate from the divine in seeing out the next 4 years.
And John Dickerson, you've looked at so many of these inaugural addresses. Donald Trump has always had a different style. His last one was described as dark. How would you describe this one?
Well, as you noted, I mean, I guess let's listen.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties.
asking the crowd to join her. She said, "You know the words." It's even there's going to be a new Department of Government Efficiency. They need to work on the music, I guess, first. The backup music was not there for there, but really a remarkable
Senator Fisher will now introduce the
performance.
benediction clergy.
And as we wait for the benediction here from Senator Fisher.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawns early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars o'er the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket and gay, heavens blasting in earth, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
And there we just had the national anthem by Christopher and a new president
Ladies
of
and
the
gentlemen,
United
please remain
States.
at your seats while the president and official party depart the platform.
And this is now where President Biden is escorted by the new president of the United States. And President Biden will depart, along with some members of his family, to California and Santa Ynez for a vacation out there with his family. The president's inaugural address, he promised a golden age in which he said a revolution of common sense, in which he promised a bunch of new changes. And I think later today at Capital One Arena, if not in the next hour or so, we will see him sign what has been described as a blizzard of executive orders and actions on everything from the border to energy to also government efficiency and issues about gender and more.
Yeah, in the spirit of getting right to it in his second term, the president kind of skipped the inaugural address and jumped right to the State of the Union, listing the promises and plans, which were ambitious, disruptive, and every inch what he was elected by his supporters, his core supporters, to do. But like a State of the Union, you know, the proof will be in the pudding, the proof will be in the doing. We also have the experience of the first administration and the infrastructure bill, which was much discussed and never came. As a tonal matter, we've been talking a lot about this day, which has a kind of special grace that hovers over it. Political grudges are paused. Donald Trump benefited from that grace in the ceremony, but as is often the case, he did not feel obliged to extend the same grace or ceremony. He talked at some length about the horrible betrayal of the president who was sitting right over his shoulder. And so the question is, as we've seen before, does he enjoy the benefits of the office, but not the obligations? And I should note one other thing. He took an oath today. He's the only person ever to take the presidential oath who has been accused by the leaders of his party in the House, the Senate, and his own vice president of actively working to overthrow an election and therefore break with that oath. What
does that mean?
Well, you make an oath to the Constitution, and the Constitution says there will be a free and peaceful transfer of power. In working to overthrow the election, he sought to thwart the peaceful transfer of power and undo the $81 million votes. Mitch McConnell, the leader in the Senate, Kevin McCarthy, the leader in the House, and his vice president all said he broke with that oath. Well, he's taken the oath again. Same promise has been made again. No one in American history.
McCarthy said it too at the time. I think that's why so many people struggle. I think you always hear from the country they want to be united. You know, he goes to the Biden White House. They have a bunch of crab cakes and ribeye steak and Thumbelina carrots. And then he comes out and insults Joe Biden while he's sitting there. He did the same thing with the Barack Obama.
The lunches that are coming up, not
you're
the lunches coming up. You're going to have that, yeah.
No, but I'm talking about, I'm just going through the course of the day, the tea that they had, which turned out to be a lunch. You keep hearing people say, I would like the country to be united. And, you know, when you talk to people, he starts right away saying the golden age of America begins now. I did like that he acknowledged that it was Martin Luther King Day, and that under his leadership, Martin Luther King's dream is going to come true. Well, I'm curious about which dream exactly he's talking about, because he proceeded to say America's decline is over. We're going to reclaim the public. He was saved by God to make America great again. Listen, the American people spoke. He won. He won the electoral vote. He won all the swing states. Everybody understands that. But now we're at the point where I think people are saying, how are you going to unite us? And if I'm sitting there as someone who, and I'm sitting there as a Democrat, or if you didn't vote for Trump, where do I fit into this conversation? I think many people are wondering that. People at this point, guys, I believe, just really want to be united. We know that he won. Everyone, I think, has accepted that Donald Trump won this race fair and square.
A jubilant moment for the Trump family as their father is returned to office. I want to bring in historian Douglas Brinkley. Douglas?
Yeah, well, you know, I think it was really the speech about the golden age of the past America, and now he's saying it's today. He had all the tropes of American exceptionalism thrown into the hopper there, pushing the concept of manifest destiny and the settling of the West, that God had ordained it, claiming that we're going to grab, and I think this is a newsbreaker, he is saying we're going to take back the Panama Canal. William McKinley funded it, Theodore Roosevelt built it, and it's ours, and China's controlling it. You know, and right straight on through, American MAGA is American exceptionalism on steroids. But look how we've changed as a society. I mean, of the days of Me Too movement and Black Lives Matter, climate activism, you know, it's just gone. And there's a void that President Biden's left that no Democrat right now is able to fill. Nancy Pelosi not being there, Michelle Obama, AOC not there. You're feeling there's a little bit of a void, but the speech was, I think, better than his first in the sense that the tone of it hung together well, and it is just, though, not really a unifying speech, but it masqueraded as one.
Donald Trump is now the president of the United States, and President Biden is set to leave from the east front of the Capitol shortly. And Robert Costa, because we're going to be spending so much of the next 4 years talking about Donald Trump, perhaps a moment to talk about how Joe Biden sees these final moments and his legacy.
Nora, I was with President Biden in the White House residence in August, and he takes pride in his record, what he has done to navigate Russia's war with Ukraine, massive spending on domestic policy, and he believes he has been a protector of democracy in his view of how the American system should work. But when we turn to President Trump, this was a speech of action. As the president told me over the weekend, just watch what I'm going to do. Stay calm. Washington should stay calm, he said, but just watch. On the horizon now is an overhaul of the tax code. Republican majorities, albeit paper thin in the House and in the Senate, pursuing a major package on the border along with tax reform, a total upending of many agencies and departments across the federal government, and a scaling back of the size of the federal government. You see the Trump family there. But this was a speech of action, and he explicitly detailed what he is going to do. And for people who haven't been paying attention to the campaign or to the transition, this was Trump underscoring, I mean business. Policy changes are coming, and they will be sweeping.
And I just want to note that Hillary Clinton there and President Bill Clinton there are shaking every member of the Trump's family, despite the things that they have said about her. And I think it was, I'm told by people close to the Clintons, it was very important for them to not only show up, but to show the sort of graciousness that normally accompanies former presidents, and to make sure that they publicly support this peaceful transition of power. There is some news at this moment about those last-minute pardons by President Biden. So I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Ed O'Keefe. And Ed, we're watching lawmakers right now, Democratic lawmakers and others set to see President Biden off. What have you learned about those pardons?
Nora, it is not hyperbole to say that as the now former president was taking the stage in the rotunda, his White House was sending out word that he had issued more preemptive pardons, this time to 3 people and their spouses who've been with him his entire political career. His siblings, James, Valerie, and Frank Biden, and their spouses, saying in part that amid all the talk about political retribution, he felt it necessary to do this despite his respect for the rule of law. In the remaining moments of the Biden presidency, phone calls made by CBS News to try to figure out why he did this. And one source familiar with the decision tells me the outgoing president made it to pardon his siblings and their spouses just in the last few days, amid the, quote, continuing talk and concern about possible prosecution and persecution by the new administration. The source said there was no specific recent action or statement by the now president that prompted Biden's decision, and the source didn't know whether the former president's siblings requested the pardon. All 3 of them have been active in the now former president's political career. James Biden was his fundraiser in his first campaign. His sister Valerie famously was the campaign manager, and then, of course, helped raise Hunter and Beau Biden after their mother died. Frank Biden, who served in the Clinton administration, all of them in one way or another have worked in lobbying or influence peddling in the last several decades. And there had been talk, of course, over the course of this most recent campaign, that the Biden family, or as Trump and his associates called it, the Biden crime family, should face consequences for their alleged actions, none of which in any real way has ever panned out. He, of course, also preemptively pardoned his son Hunter, and we should point out, issued thousands of pardons or commutations to everyday Americans who had been seeking legal relief from the White House over the last several years. Biden will leave office having granted more of them than anyone else. But this 53-year political career now ending as he prepares to take the East Front walk, get on the helicopter, head to Joint Base Andrews for a final goodbye. Notable, he did not walk down the steps of the East Front. Remember, amid all the concerns about whether he can ascend staircases, especially in this tough weather, notable that he did not do that. Nora?
And it should be noted, too, the ages of both of these presidents.
True.
Donald Trump, 78 years old, now becomes the oldest president elected at age 78 and will serve into his 80s as well as Joe Biden, who is now 82 years old, just having had his birthday in November. And he will now join what is now Special Air Mission 46. It's only called Marine One when the President of the United States is on it for that final flyover of our majestic United States Capitol to see those final moments. And while there has been much accomplished in the Biden administration, even though the American people did not view that so, there were 17 million jobs created, certainly digging the country out of massive inflation that some say he helped with some of his big spending programs. There is much that those within the Biden circle hope that the long lens of history will show that he has achieved more than people give him credit for.
In one of his last interviews, Nora, he was saying he should have done a better job on messaging, letting people know all of the things that he had done and that he accomplished.
Every president says that. It's a kind of standard button they push. And, you know, some of that might be true if every voter had metaphysical certainty about the things done in your White House. But also it's very true in American politics and very hard that when the economy is against you, you can't talk your way around that.
And there was always 2/3 of the country thought we were heading in the wrong direction. But to Gail's point, too, I do think that the Biden administration suffered from an ability to communicate their achievements, not only from the principal level, but also from the staff level.
So what will he do now? We hear he's going to California. What will he do now?
Delaware has always been home for former President Biden, and he will return to Delaware. Loves Rehoboth Beach. It's a place where he made that decision to exit the presidential race. He'll also spend time in Wilmington, I'm told. He has a lot of connections in Philadelphia nearby. Family lives in the Philadelphia area. So he'll be in and around Delaware and Philadelphia, and will surely make his way from time to time back to Washington, D.C. What a political life for President Biden. And people close to both President Trump and President Biden have told me that these two men share a lot more in common than might be fully understood. They have both been on the public stage since the 1970s. They have been through ups and downs. They are at their core political survivors. And that led, I'm told, to a relatively friendly Oval Office meeting when they met in private. There's an understanding that they have both endured, even if they both disagree with each other.
And that we're just witnessing as the Vice President, the former Vice President Kamala Harris's motorcade just left, and we are already getting a sense of how things are changing here in Washington and around the world. Margaret Brennan, I know you have some new reporting.
Sure, and a historic departure for the first female vice president of the United States, Nora. In terms of what's changing, we're already seeing our Camilo Montoya Galvez is confirming through Homeland Security officials that all of the appointments that had been scheduled for interviews for asylum seekers, those seeking to enter the United States legally through this app that was created by the Biden administration to slow the crowds at the border and get them in through appointments called CBP-1. That's already been just totally taken offline. So 30,000 appointments that had been scheduled for migrants to go through and have it actual legal process gone already. We are seeing changes in these executive orders that could actually create some questions about how does one legally enter if legal pathways are being shut down. This is something, Nora, that came up at the debate, if you remember, that you and I had with the vice presidential candidates. A campaign promise, once again, to do away with some of these things that the Biden administration put in place to deal with what has been a historic hemisphere-wide migration crisis with a crush of humanity unseen since World War II.
So, Margaret, are you saying people that want to enter the country legally can now have lost an avenue to do that? Is that what you're saying? Effective now?
Well, in the view of the Trump administration, they believe that the Biden administration's interpretation of the law was not legal, but they had created this pathway under their interpretation of regulations.
Yes, Senator Blunt.
Well, the traditional avenue for asylum was to go to any American embassy, American consulate, ask for asylum there. This idea that you can come to the border, say, I qualify for asylum and get in is very new. And there's a reason that we're walking away from that. It doesn't work. There's also a reason that in every European country with their border problems, that's been a huge issue in every election now for a decade. And we have to do something differently than we're doing. What we're doing is not working.
You know, great point in terms of not just the hemisphere-wide migration crisis, but it's really worldwide. You see it through Middle East, through Africa, moving into Europe. But in terms of the processing in this day and age, the poverty that exists for some people prevents traveling to the capital to go to an embassy. Their workaround was create that app on your phone.
Well, yeah, but living in a
poorest.
poor or dangerous country is not a reason for asylum. You have to personally have some unique fear. People all over the world will come to the United States if there's a way to get here for good reason, but you can't let we're the most open country in the world on asylum, and we have made a joke out of the asylum process by what we've been doing at the border.
And that would need to change through law or what was just announced in executive order by Donald Trump.
It's a full conversation to have. Yes, it's a full conversation to have about the process and failures of the immigration system that have largely been the product of the United States Congress's failure to get something done for decades, even though multiple presidents, Republican and Democrat, have tried valiantly to do that indeed. And now we see the helicopter, known as Marine One, and the president is in it, is now Special Air Mission 47 departing. Special Mission 46 departing the east front of the Capitol as Joe Biden leaves Washington for the final time, ending a half-century career as a public servant. I want to bring in Scott McFarlane, who's there. Scott?
Standing in the footprint of this helicopter about to take off on the east front of the Capitol, it really is quite a closing chapter to the peaceful transfer of power. It was 4 years ago where the rioters first fought with police in this very spot, disrupting the peaceful transfer of power in 2021. It has been secured here today with President-elect Trump, now President Trump, side by side with President Biden. Watching President Biden board the helicopter for this aerial liftoff, this one-of-a-kind American image and moment on the east front of the Capitol. If you can still hear me, there are police and fire EMS workers surrounding this area taking pictures on their phones. And it feels something akin to a severe thunderstorm or small tornado in wind strength. The metaphor of a change in Washington.
I can't remember the year that I was there in that exact same position. And just to think about it. Just to think about how President Biden feels at this moment.
That's what I was wondering, Laura. And I wonder, do we know who else is on the helicopter, if anybody? Who else is on it with him? Do we know?
Dr. Biden.
He's about to pass by the old home place, too.
Yeah, besides Jill and Joe Biden, do we know who else could possibly be on that chopper? Because normally it's not just the two of them.
He's going to look down at his own house.
Yeah. I wonder what he's feeling and thinking, too, at this moment.
To fly down the Washington Mall, past the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the White House, and then on to Andrews Air Force Base, where I imagine he'll be greeted by other members of his family for that trip out to California and a vacation for the 82-year-old president. Want to bring in Democratic strategist Joel Payne. And Joel, while 49.8% of the country that voted for Donald Trump elated today, winning a popular vote about what's next, there are a number of people who voted for the Democratic candidate and voted for Joe Biden who are expressing sadness today and thinking about this presidency. What happened?
What happened is a big, broad question, Nora, and good to be with you all. I think what happened is Democrats fundamentally lost two discussions with the American people. One was the disruption and the norm busting of Trump, was that disqualifying? And also, was the return to normalcy that Biden promised and attempted to deliver, was that good enough? And I think Democrats lost the public discussion on both of those points, unfortunately, for us politically. And I think when you have a public that is very rambunctious and angry, and is disappointed and has felt like government and lots of institutions have failed them for years and years and years, you arrive at a point today where Donald Trump can ride grievance back into the White House. And I think that's what we're witnessing with this inauguration. That's what we're witnessing with the messaging he's leading with. And I think that's what Democrats will have to face for the next 4 years.
It's that word grievance that I'm stuck with, Bob. I know that you said that he laid out an action plan. It was a plan of action. Can you lay out a plan of action and still just let go of the grievances? Is that not? Did it feel like a grievance speech to you or no?
The grievances of President Trump certainly, Gail, coursed throughout the remarks today. But what's so clear to me, based on my reporting on his inner circle, my conversations with the president, is that he truly believes, and you could argue it, that he has a mandate and that Washington has accepted his mandate by giving him Republican majorities. And he believes that his critics, wherever they might be, will be relatively muted in the years to come.
And we're about to hear from President Donald Trump address Emancipation Hall, but I want to head first to Weijia Jiang at the White House, who has some new reporting about the new Trump team that's already there at the White House and at work. Weijia.
Nora, that's right. As all of this was unfolding at the Capitol, of course, there has to be a physical transition of power as well. And so by the busloads, 3 busloads, in fact, new incoming administration officials were brought over here to the White House from the Capitol. We also know that a van of national security staff drove onto the White House campus before noon, and they went right into the Situation Room, according to aides who told CBS that they got right to work. We also took note that right at the strike of noon, if you clicked on the White House website, the government website, viewers could see a video of President Trump, a montage of him doing various things throughout the country. There was already posted several of their priorities. There was a space for executive orders, which will be filled once he begins signing them. And of course, there is the physical move of stuff as well. There are moving trucks behind us. We were wandering through the West Wing, and we could see people bringing things in and out. And we saw some of the last staffers from the Biden administration here as well, including the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. So this was a very smooth transition so far physically, and we expect those staffers to come in throughout the day to be with President Trump. Nora?
All right, Weijia Jiang, thank you. We're listening now to Speaker Mike Johnson, who is in Emancipation Hall. Let's listen in for a moment.
With hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
And we're expecting another set of remarks from President Donald Trump because there is a huge overflow crowd. Let's bring in Nancy Cordes, who is there in Emancipation Hall. Nancy?
That's right, Nora. Emancipation Hall today serving as a very elegant overflow room, about 1,300 seats that have been set up here for people who would have had a bird's eye view had this event been held outside, but instead watch the events unfold on the big screen here in the room. It's a very partisan crowd. We have glimpsed Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We have seen Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia in here. The crowd applauded throughout the president's inaugural address as if they were in the same room that he was in. And interestingly, Nora, a few minutes ago, when we saw Special Air Mission 46 lift off, there was a big round of applause about that as well.
1%.
All right. Nancy Cordes there, and just remarking about the number of governors that are there in Emancipation Hall, applauding as the President of the United States and the Vice President there gather with many of their supporters. And looks like we're going to hear from the Vice President.
Being here, and was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise's, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the the level of, what's going on? Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done. We'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady. We love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
President Trump completing a remarkable Trump comeback, as I was going to say, and the Trumpian speech, I guess is what we could call it, without notes, going on to what is the so-called overflow crowd. Let's go to Nancy Cordes in Emancipation Hall. And Nancy, he's back.
Nora, I think that's what Trump calls the weave, an unscripted riff about many of his favorite topics. He talked about his political enemies. He talked about voter ID laws. He talked about the cost of rebar. He talked about various people who he spotted in the room, including the governor of Texas. He said that he was eager to talk about all kinds of things that didn't quite fit into his inaugural address, which he just wrapped up a short time ago, but that he knew the folks in this room would appreciate because they are his hardcore supporters and donors. There were times, Nora, where the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, behind him looked a little bit pained, possibly because he's aware that there is an enormous room full of dignitaries upstairs waiting for Trump before they can tuck into the traditional inaugural luncheon.
Nancy, thank you. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Major Garrett. Major?
So I think it's worth pointing out, Nora, that there have been rituals today, traditions, scriptures, patriotic songs. But this transition is one done through gritted teeth. With the pardons issued by President Biden just before his presidency ended, he effectively told the country, I believe my family would be criminally prosecuted unfairly by the next president of the United States. And with his remarks just now, President Trump said he still believes those who have either pled guilty to crimes from January 6th or were convicted by jurors are American political hostages. That is the kind of hostility, one administration to another, that is befitting this moment in our history, but is unlike any other in our history.
Well said, Major. Thank you very much. Outside Capitol Hill, and we're looking at some of those dignitaries. I do see Abby Blunt, the wife of Senator Blunt, who is here. And Senator, because you've been on Capitol Hill for so many years previously, as Nancy Cordes pointed out, that Speaker Johnson was sitting there perhaps with gritted teeth, because a lot of people are waiting for this luncheon, and they are way behind schedule.
Well, and not a whole lot, because it's the hardest ticket to get. It's about 200 to 250 people in Statuary Hall. Normally what happens, Nora, is the newly sworn-in president goes to the president's room over off the Senate floor, nominates officially the people he's hoping can get confirmed in the next few days, and then goes to this lunch. And lunch is going to be cold, I would guess.
Yeah, but I do think that that's an important point, because while we're noticing sort of the ceremony of this and the speeches, the work of government begins immediately, and the signing of those documents. And there are many people, of course, talking about right now. We don't have an acting Secretary of Defense. We don't have someone in charge of the FBI, as the FBI director and his deputy have resigned. Concerns about the transition period.
Well, I believe that's right. And the Senate goes into session right around 2 o'clock today, so right around now, for the specific purpose of seeing if they can't move some of these along quickly. I think it was mentioned earlier this morning that maybe the CIA Director Ratcliffe and the Secretary of State would be among those that might even be confirmed today. And of course, that answers every question about who's in charge. The more of that you could get done, which is why the Senate's in session today as opposed to in the morning.
And that notably, right out of the gate, 2 expected to be with Democratic support. And that may be a rarity for some of Mr. Trump's picks. He doesn't need Democrats because he has the Senate majority of 53 seats. He doesn't need Democrats to confirm his picks. But to have right out of the gate, soon-to-be Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a senator expected to be swiftly confirmed, and John Ratcliffe, who had previously served.
Former House member and previously served as the Director of National Intelligence.
So 2 key national security people on the job relatively soon, it is expected, but we may be waiting. There are still ongoing FBI background checks, Nora, for a number of these picks, including, as CBS just confirmed, the man to run the FBI, Kash Patel. The FBI hasn't finished looking into the man who might run the FBI quite yet. The same with the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Her background check's still ongoing, and it may be a while before we see that.
Mm-hmm. And Gail, it was interesting to just hear President Trump address what he called his closest supporters. Most of them were governors there in the room that didn't make it into the main rotunda. But this was vintage Donald Trump, and including what he said, things that they told him not to say in his inaugural address. So he said he would leave it to them. He talked about the January 6th, quote unquote, hostages, he calls them. These are the people who've been tried in a court of law and are now in jail, that he plans to pardon some of them. And there was a lot more.
I thought it was good, though, that he went down to greet his supporters, because of the weather conditions, you couldn't be in the main room. The fact fact that he took the time to go, but again, it turned into me, I thought, just another grievance after another. Sometimes I feel like he talks in a stream of consciousness. And I think now people want to hear, okay, let's get started. What are we going to do now? Because he's got the country. He's got the country. And everybody is ready to go and stand behind him. And I think when it continues to just be one grievance after another, I think at times that just feels exhausting. I like in his inauguration speech, he said, never believe something is impossible to do. In America, impossible is what we do. And I think that is such a strong message to send. What are you thinking, Bob?
This is a president who is returning to Washington. Yes, he has concerns and grievances about the past. But in my conversations with him before the election and after the election and over the weekend, it's so evident to me that what's coming is fast action, that Washington is bracing for a disruptive presidency, but in a different manner than what we saw in 2017, where he was still trying to get a grip of how to run a White House, who to put around him. You see, the Republican Party now is totally in thrall to President Trump. They are with him. And you see this also out in the country, in the state legislatures. This is a moment of Republican power. And
why does he keep going back to past history then?
Because that is who he is. He lingers on the past, but he has now put in place an administration that's going to ramp up in the coming hours all of this action on immigration, executive agency policy, and rolling back Biden-era regulations.
Well, you said fast action. The executive orders will be signed today.
And so we could even see some confirmations, as Senator Blunt said as well.
Just let everyone know, you are looking at now what is this luncheon, inaugural luncheon for the new president there. And you can see a number of the dignitaries. There is Barron Trump speaking with
Doug Burgum,
Governor Burgum, who is going to be the new Secretary of Energy. And
Interior.
Excuse me, Interior. Thank you very much. And there are a number of the Trump family members there speaking with Senator Rubio, who's going to be the new Secretary of State.
Yeah. Senator, they don't look like they're rushing to their plates. They're still standing around.
And there's Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas.
Speaking with Vivek Ramaswamy and Ivanka. And I did just spot Senator Tom Cotton, the Republican from Arkansas, the incoming Senate Intel chair, who was looking at his watch. I'm sure Senator Blunt just reminded us, too, that the Senate is supposed to get started with their business at 2 o'clock today, and the business of government, because there are a number of these agencies where the political appointees have left. They are gone, and the new people need to be signed into office. And
one thing to watch really quickly, Nora, is the Trump family and its finances. So many Democrats have been texting me and calling me in the last 24 hours, paying close attention to how President Trump and his family have put in motion certain business enterprises related to cryptocurrency and that whole financial investment space in recent days. But they don't have any control in the Senate or the House, so scrutiny will sometimes not be met with a subpoena, like it would happen if they had control of the House or the Senate. But you do hear this refrain now from Democrats that the Trump family's business interest is something they at least want to spotlight, even if they can't formally investigate it.
Mm-hmm. There's an interesting pairing. Justice Elena Kagan.
And McConnell, Senator McConnell, as Senator Blunt knows him too well and knows so well. This is someone the Trump team's a little bit worried about when it comes to the nominations. He's now an independent voice, and they're not really sure where he's going to land on Tulsi Gabbard, the Director for National Intelligence nominee, or when it comes to even Pete Hegseth, the nominee for the Pentagon.
Let me ask you about that, Senator Blunt, because in my conversations with people, too, oh, Senator Thune, you know, incredible now, Senate Majority Leader. And they said, yeah, but Mitch McConnell is still pretty much one of the most powerful people in the United States Senate. And he will be in charge of the Senate Defense Appropriations, which is a key post. Explain why that's important.
Well, he's powerful, but he's also untethered, which for 18 years, Mitch McConnell's had to worry about everything he said and how it might affect every other Republican. I think we're going to see him take a strong position on national defense, on our leadership in the world and the importance of that. And these intelligence and foreign policy confirmations will matter to him a lot.
He's already indicated that the Health and Human Services Secretary nominee matters to him a lot. He's put out a statement. He left RFK Jr.'s name out of it, but said anyone who wants this post better be very clear and distance themselves from anyone who is actively seeking to restrict or remove the polio vaccine from circulation, which is someone who worked very closely with RFK Jr., was there was well-documented evidence of a campaign to do so. And, of course, Mitch McConnell, having been a polio survivor himself.
Had polio, was just old enough to have polio before Dr. Salk found the way to cure polio. And still has some after effects of polio.
Another remarkable...
Clearly a pro-vaccine guy.
It seems if you go against Donald Trump, you do so at your own peril.
Well,
don't you?
McConnell has much peril.
You don't think he's worried about it? You don't think so?
He's no...
Nora, I think you just caught what I caught.
Yes, just remarkable to see Ashley Kavanaugh and Justice Kavanaugh having a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan. And the reason that's noteworthy is because there will likely be a number of antitrust matters and more, including issues about social media that come before the Supreme Court. And this is what happens in the cozy corridors of power, or in this case, Statuary Hall of the United States Senate, where business leaders have the rare opportunity to have a conversation in a social way with the people that regulate them.
Well, Senator, you said earlier in the day that it's all about relationships. This is what we're seeing now, building relationships.
The Senate is particularly relationship-driven because under the rules of the Senate, to get almost anything done, you have to have somebody from the other side work with you to get things done. And over time, that really builds up linkages that don't go away.
How much, Senator, do you think that Donald Trump will change, or how do you think he'll deal with the Senate? Would he do any actual outreach of the old kind that we used to talk about to the other party, or any of that stuff, or actually less of it because he's been reelected and he's got his own plans?
You know, Donald Trump's actually pretty approachable, and one of the interesting things I think about President Trump is he will respond to you almost exactly the way you approach him. I'm sure he had a great conversation with Senator Fetterman, who went to see him in Mar-a-Lago. Even that first long press conference he's already had, that was a relationship where it wasn't adversarial, but the press got a lot of information. So I think he'll maintain that. And also, I've been fortunate to be in the room with several presidents. Donald Trump was the only president I was ever with who would let you say whatever you wanted to say. Now, he would talk twice as much as everybody else in the room, but he was also never in a hurry. There was never a staffer one single time that said, Mr. President, you've got to go to the next event. Never rushed, wanted to listen, wanted to be absolutely sure you understood his position, but was following that conversation. He was engaged in a way that's pretty hard to find.
Nora, we're looking at Pete Hegseth, the pick to become the next Secretary of Defense, talking to Roger Wicker, the senator who chairs the committee that will, as we understand it, meet later today to discuss Hegseth's confirmation and see if they move that forward. Earlier, there was also a chat I spotted there between Lisa Murkowski and Senator Barrasso. Senator Murkowski is going to be one of those really interesting people to watch in terms of whether she votes with the majority of Republicans or takes some stance on some of these nominees that she's been clear. She said there was a clear message being sent by the Trump team that you better get in line, and if you don't, you will be primaried, meaning another Republican will try to take you out.
Are you curious to see what Susan Collins does as well?
Absolutely. The women in the Senate are going to be very interesting to watch.
It's interesting to watch the change of Joni Ernst, who seemed in the beginning to be quite skeptical of Pete Hegseth, but she's had a couple of meetings and now seems to have changed her opinion or tune about how she's going to vote on him. True?
Well, she had said she wanted to see the FBI vetting in relation to that allegation of sexual assault against him. But it does not, I think we never got a clear answer. Perhaps you know, Senator, whether any of that FBI briefing on Hegseth was shared beyond the ranking and chair of the Senate Armed Services. So I don't know if she got her questions answered, but in that hearing, she seemed to be on board with Pete Hegseth.
Well, I don't think it's clear either that the FBI report on Pete Hegseth included any information about that 2017. And it is important to remember, too, as Margaret and I have done some conversations about this as well, is that the FBI report is done at the behest of the client. And the client in this case actually happens to be the president-elect in that case. So it was compiled for the president-elect, not necessarily for the senator. So while we call it an investigation or a report, it's not traditionally that. It's not an exhaustive report of someone's entire background. And so we wouldn't expect that. But it goes through some sort of the basics on those things. I do want to bring in historian Douglas Brinkley. And Douglas, I know as you're watching this, I'm curious your thoughts about this moment in history.
Well, you know, I think Robert Costa rightfully pointed out in Trump's first inaugural, he didn't really own the Republican Party. Trump was seen as this populist outsider. All the old George W. Bush crowd really didn't even want to be seen with Trump much. And then his first inaugural, Trump had this massive resistance movement. We're not even talking about that women's march. It's the largest protest march in U.S. history in 2017 with women in pink demanding culpability for Trump's misogyny. And now, look at it right now. He owns the Republican Party. He's now defeated the two historic women nominees for president, Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, and you're just having a kind of demoralization of women because, you know, Cecile Richards of Planned Parenthood died just hours before the inaugural today. She'd gone, and that was Kamala Harris's big issue, was women's reproductive health. The idea that the Republicans in the Supreme Court have worked to scrap Roe v. Wade. It's a very odd moment in U.S. women's history, how the demoralization that's come to them at the hands of Donald Trump, while at the same time some women and the conservative movement, a couple like Joni Ernst, they are rising, but that what we consider the movement of women is they're in a bad place right now.
I want to bring in Weijia Jiang, who is at the White House. And Weijia, we are waiting to have the president do some of the signing of these executive orders, but I know you have a recap for us of what Joe Biden said was he was departing Joint Base Andrews.
Nora, that's right. When he went to Joint Base Andrews, there was a big crowd waiting for him, a mix of prominent Democrats and staffers and supporters and friends. And he said, what I want you to take away from this farewell message today is that we still have a lot of work to do. He chuckled. He mentioned President Trump's inaugural address, and he said, you know, as an example, that shows how much work we have to do. And that was President Trump's formal address, not even the impromptu one that we heard just a short time ago when he went down the list of all the things he wanted to talk about, but he said he practiced restraint and did not talk about. And so that is Joe Biden's last message to all of those who have stood by his side, that there is still a lot ahead for this country. Nora?
Weijia, thank you. Let's go now to President Donald Trump and the 5 binders that are there and listen in.
Cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature. Okay. The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47.
You can hear the president there getting instruction about what he's signing. There were 22 cabinet appointments there. This is the 47 sub-cabinet appointments. And you can see the Sharpie is back. And what looks like the EKG signature of Donald Trump.
Now 31 acting designations and appointments that effectively take control of the government.
31 acting designations and appointments.
That's important.
That's important.
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
15 chairman and acting chairman appointments. Yet to find out whether one of them is for the Pentagon and they have an acting Secretary of Defense. But Senator,
well, these would work with FCC,
good counsel,
those nominations.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
I was at Jimmy Carter's memorial service. I think he'd appreciate the fact that the day you're inaugurated president, the flag should be flying at full mast. I think they go back down tomorrow.
Maybe something to think about. Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now thank you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very good.
And there you hear Senator Klobuchar trying to move it along, saying it's time to get to lunch and keep everything on schedule, handing out the Sharpies as commemorative pens to everyone.
Beautiful custom. It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Chuck.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Almost like ready.
Thank you very much, guys. We go to lunch.
Very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay.
And there you see President Trump declining to comment further on the fact that President Biden pardoned members of his own family, other than saying it was unfortunate. And then moving toward, I think he's just getting a briefing on what exactly he signed. But so what that means essentially is we're going to be seeing the executive orders, I think, signed at Capital One Arena in front of his supporters and the estimated 20,000 people that have packed in there. And I am told that the interim Secretary of Defense has been named. They will perform the duties of Secretary of Defense until Hegseth is confirmed or someone is confirmed as the Pentagon chief. It's a man by the name of Robert Salas. He's currently the Deputy Director for the Washington Headquarters Service, a name that is unfamiliar to me, but there is someone in that position at this hour. And back now to Statuary Hall, where everyone is seated and waiting for the president to join them. And Senator Blunt, I see the wine is being poured as it's now approaching middle to late afternoon, I guess you could say,
Closer
right?
to 5 all the time.
It was supposed to start at 1:30, so it's not so bad. But you had pointed out that this was an exclusive lunch, only 200 people. How is it decided who gets to go to this particular lunch?
Well, about 40 tickets are given to the president, to the president's group to use however they want to, and the rest are generally members of Congress or past presidents or past chairman of the inauguration or other things like that. But it's really a hard to get ticket, and everybody that's there is glad to be there.
And there's a special luncheon menu, right,
Yes,
Gail, for them?
I actually have it.
Yes, including...
Here you go. Chesapeake crab cakes, Greater Omaha Angus rib steak, Thumbelina carrots, not sure what that is, broccoli rabe and potato gratin. And dessert, you'll be happy to know, is an apple icebox terrine with sour cream ice cream. And I do love a good salted caramel.
But we should note that apple icebox dessert is from Minnesota. It's Minnesota apples.
Minnesota, exactly.
And the ribeye steak is Angus from Omaha, which is where Deb Fisher is from. And I'll leave it to Senator Blunt to fill this in. But Senator Fisher and her husband own a ranch in the Sandhills where some of the best beef in the whole country is from.
I'm sure that's right, and I'm sure that even if you'd gotten that beef and she hadn't been involved, it might not have said Omaha beef, but this one did say the menu did say Omaha beef.
Well, I did just happen to see Senator Fisher recently, so she was telling me about
But are Minnesota apples different? You pointed out, are they different than other apples?
Senator Klobuchar tells me they're much better.
Yes. No, I know that, but I mean, do Minnesota apples have a different taste, other than it's just from the state where Amy Klobuchar is from?
I think the answer is no, but Senator Klobuchar might try to convince you differently.
Well, and we still have the great national question of where the Thumbelina carrots originate from.
We've gotten to that point in the national question. There's a number of serious things to discuss certainly this afternoon, and that has to do with what this new Trump White House will look like and what they're planning to do. And Robert Costa, I know you've spoken with the president over the weekend. What did Donald Trump say he wants to do in this opening week?
He is going to move quickly to use his executive power, but also start to engage with Congress to get a major package together that will couple his proposal on border policy and immigration with what he wants to do on tax policy. There are a few snags on the horizon. President Trump has said to me and others he wants to get rid of the debt limit, the nation's borrowing limit, or extend it for 2 years or 4 years if possible. Some conservatives in the House of Representatives don't love that idea. So how this is all going to play out legislatively is still very much something that's open to negotiation. But President Trump is also telling people behind the scenes, Nora, that he's very eager to get working on deals, whether it's addressing TikTok and how U.S. ownership could be part of that company, or when it comes to Russia's war with Ukraine. He wants to be immediately on the phone with world leaders, coming up with diplomatic proposals and legislative proposals, all while the executive branch really kicks into action.
We've also learned that President Trump plans to visit California on Friday.
He will visit there.
That's going to be a very interesting trip, considering how hard that he's hit Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. What do you expect of that trip?
Gavin Newsom is perhaps arguably one of the biggest stars in the Democratic Party right now, widely considered a possible presidential contender in 2028. And you saw President Trump in his inaugural address take real shots at how California has handled the wildfires. So whether they can come to a bipartisan consensus on the federal support for California, that will be something that we'll be closely watching.
And we can see a number of the tech CEOs and tech titans have decided to stick around for lunch. And again, there you have Apple's Tim Cook sitting right next to Donald Trump Jr. and Justice Alito at that prime table. And as Senator Blunt said, this is one of the hottest tickets in town because it's not many people, just about 200 people. The inaugural balls, they're packed with a lot of folks, but this is the exclusive spot you want to be.
And sorry, go ahead, John.
Well, Tim Cook is an interesting character in terms of the CEOs from the tech companies. He was one of the ones. I mean, culturally, he is. Has quite different views than Donald Trump, but he was one of the first to learn to work with him, particularly on the tariff question. A lot of component parts of Apple products would have been hit by the tariff. He got exemptions for Apple by working with Donald Trump. And according to the Wall Street Journal reporting, part of that work included going to Texas with Trump and saying, we're doing more business in the United States, and creating an event to glorify Donald Trump. I think that might be a good rule book for the rest of the tech CEOs who are there in that same spirit. But Tim Cook was an innovator in that area.
One of the first members of the president's cabinet that will likely be confirmed is Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who got a warm reception, I would say, in his Senate confirmation hearings from Democrats who've worked with him, senators who've worked with him and praised him not only for his knowledge, but also his graciousness. And you can see he is seated right next to Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez, as well as his wife and the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, all at that very important table.
And Barron Trump was at that table,
That's
too.
right. Thank you for reminding me. And Melania's father at that as well. And
I'd say that's a good seat. No.
I would, too. I would, too, Gail. I wouldn't turn it down. And Senator Blunt, is it customary that we hear from the new president at the luncheon?
I think the president's going to give his third speech of the last few hours here before long. He'll respond to a toast from either the majority leader or Senator Klobuchar, or maybe both. And also on that high-tech topic, obviously a lot of the high-tech investment in China has been pretty major, and trying to figure out, one, explain how that benefits the final product, and two, how the profits generally come back here are the kinds of things that those CEOs are explaining to the president and anybody else who will listen.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they follow through with Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has vowed to repeal the CHIPS Act, which was a bipartisan act that poured money into bringing those the production of some of those computer chips back to the United States, into states like Arizona and the like. Another thing, and I know, Nora, as reporters, we look at this room and say there are a million stories here you could be overhearing at each table. I wonder what that conversation between Alito and the CEO of Apple is about, given the Supreme Court decision. on TikTok. Apple, one of those platforms that makes the app available and would have faced stiff financial fines for making it continuously available after the 19th. Senator Tom Cotton reminding them of that quite loudly. Don't test us here on that law that Donald Trump is about to test.
Oh, Margaret, that's a really good point.
And Pete Hegseth, sitting right next to Justice Clarence Thomas and his wife.
Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. The Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinschall Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Did you hear Chuck Schumer's wife's name?
And then we just heard from the Speaker of
Please
the
remain
House.
standing for the honors and the invocation.
Let's listen in now for the invocation.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fischer, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Clio, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
And thus begins the long-awaited Senate luncheon, which has been slightly delayed in part because of the number of extra speeches and more. But for some of you, your local news is next. For others, we're going to be right back with continuing coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump.
When bad allergies attack, trust Claritin to keep you in the game. Nothing has proven more powerful for continuous non-drowsy allergy relief. Live Claritin Clear.
Why is banking with Varo better than other banks? Well, for starters, with Varo, you can get your paycheck up to 2 days early. And you can get cash advances of up to $500 over time with one flat fee and 30 days to pay back. All I had to do was download the app and start banking with Varo. Varo makes it easy to take control of your money and puts cash in your pocket when you need it. There's a reason millions of people love Varo. So what are you waiting for? Get started today at varomoney.com.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back.
Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you with clearer skin. With Tremfya, most people saw 100% clear skin that stayed clear, even at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Emerge as you with clear skin. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
The guy made a left into the river. Daddy's home. Hey, you got that thing?
Yeah, I got that thing.
Throw it in the fridge.
Oh, what's this? You keep dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. That's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies for my boy Junior.
No disrespect, but what are we doing here?
Anybody asks, we were at Grandma's.
Fresh Pet. It's not dog food, it's food food.
CBS celebrates Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. 'Cause 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 'cause
The new president of the United States, Donald Trump, there in his inaugural address after being sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. We have already witnessed a remarkable morning here in Washington, the peaceful transfer of power that is outlined in the 20th Amendment, and Donald Trump becoming the 47th president, not only delivering his inaugural address, but then going to Emancipation Hall, where he then spoke for another half an hour before supporters. And the news this morning, in addition to the president's comments that he plans to usher in a golden age and a revolution of common sense, in his words, is what we are expecting: some 200 executive orders and actions that will have everything to do with immigration, to energy, and more on the federal workforce and regulations with them. And we'll dig into that shortly. We've also seen the remarkable gathering of people here in Washington, including these tech titans that gathered that had better seats than most members of Congress and even the president's incoming cabinet. That's right. You see them here. These are the world's richest men who had the best seats in the House there in the Capitol Rotunda. You see Elon Musk there, the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, Jeff Bezos and his fiancée, Lauren Sanchez. And then you can see Mark Zuckerberg there of Meta with his wife, Dr. Priscilla Chan. All of them just some of the notable businessmen. And then also the head of LVMH, Bernard Arnault, and his family, also, I believe, the third or fourth richest man in the world. So all gathered here. And so we heard from President Biden in his departing remarks from the Oval Office the other night. He warned about a tech oligarchy. And so for more on what that may mean, let's bring in Walter Isaacson. Walter is a Tulane University professor and also wrote the biography on Elon Musk. And Walter, so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Nora. Boy, you saw that tech oligarchy right there, didn't you?
That was the words of President Biden. He called them that, but certainly a powerful collection of individuals here to witness in person Trump's inauguration. And those I didn't mention that you can see here, too, including the CEO of TikTok and then Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. And let me ask you, Walter, because how many hours did you spend with Elon Musk?
I spent most of the time for 2 years, morning, noon, and night, because you could see all of this developing. What he's going to do in government, there's a whole playbook, and he's been doing it for 20 years, both in terms of going too far sometimes and causing rubble in his wake, but also trying to get rid of every rule and regulation and make things happen fast. And I think that's what he's planning to do in this new role, as being the advisor on government efficiency.
And let me ask you, because Elon Musk has arguably become one of the closest advisors and confidants of Donald Trump. He's there a lot at Mar-a-Lago. How did that relationship come to be?
Well, it came to be rather quickly in terms of it being in the past year, because when I was traveling around with Musk, he didn't have a whole lot of respect for Trump. As you know, he supported Ron DeSantis. He said, Trump is a charlatan. You know, he's a carnival barker. He reminds me of my father, is what Musk said. And if you know from the book, it begins with this difficult relationship Musk has with his father. And then Musk almost finds a substitute there, becomes fascinated with Trump, especially because he felt Biden had done too many regulations in the COVID crackdown. Biden had not invited him to the electric vehicle summit. And also what he calls the woke mind virus. When I was traveling around with him, there's a scene in which there's a message from his firstborn child saying, I'm transitioning and my new name is Jenna. And that got Musk onto this kick about what he calls the woke mind virus.
Elon Musk, I think arguably a genius, also eccentric in many ways, but a pioneer in so many different avenues. I do want to ask you, I spoke with a friend of his recently. He said, what's wrong with having someone as smart as Elon Musk in government trying to eliminate waste? That would be a good thing. What do you think, though, would be some of the challenges?
Well, look, everything he's done, he's been able to do things like eliminate waste. There are little scenes in the book about the latches that the military had you put on space, because he said, no, let's just get the latch off of the bathroom door stall. We can do it at 1,000th of the price. Well, that generally works well, but sometimes you cause problems. And I think Musk is really going to go full bore. People have no clue of what this sort of flamethrower mentality that he shows throughout of his life, how that's going to affect government. Obviously, there's probably a good side to that. There's a lot of paralysis in government, but you're going to see rubble, just like you see rubble every time he tries to invent a new rocket. The book has him doing the first Falcon launches, rubble in his wake. Eventually, though, he gets to orbit.
You know, Walter, I read your book. It's called Elon Musk, by the way. I read the book from cover to cover, and it really is a good read. And you mentioned Elon being a flamethrower. And my thing is this, we talked to a lot of people out on the streets who said, we know he's brilliant, we know he's a genius, we know he's smart, but they're also they're very afraid of him. They say he has very close access to the president. Does he only care about the power? When you think about that, did you see that kind of thinking, that he wanted this kind of power? Because now some people even call him President Musk, which of course drives Donald Trump crazy. Did you see this side of him wanting to get into politics?
Yeah, you and I talked about this when the book first came out, Gail. I think that he's in some ways driven by larger forces than that. Here, as you know, is a kid who's got no friends. He's very lonely, on the autism spectrum, reading the X-Men comics, the superhero comics, imagining him saving humanity. So I think he imagines himself almost as the avatar in his own video game, and he's getting to play hero. So I don't think this is about, hey, maybe getting tax credits for EVs, because as you saw, Trump's not going to keep those things going. It's about, I feel humanity's threatened. I'm going to help us get to Mars. I'm going to fight all the dark forces. And when you got a sense of mission like that, it can be amazingly strong. But as you said, it can also be dangerous.
Yeah. Do you think he and Donald Trump are a good team together? Do you have concerns? Knowing what you know, you've gotten to know Elon very well.
Yeah, you know, it's not exactly the most stable molecule, because Elon has never really worked for anybody. The only time he tried to a little bit is the beginning days of Tesla, and that didn't work. And Donald Trump has not exactly shown himself to be an expert at sharing the limelight. But my own prediction is, you can see how dedicated Musk is to this. Steve Bannon, the head of the other wing of the populist MAGA, said, I'm going to get Musk gone by Inauguration Day. Well, there you saw Elon Musk sitting in front of the Secretary of Commerce, sitting in front of the cabinet, Steve Bannon nowhere being around. So I think there's at least a good year in which this Department of Government Efficiency, you're going to see Elon doing in government what you saw him in the book doing to the private sector.
Walter, this is Margaret Brennan. I too read your book, including the parts about Elon growing up in apartheid-era South Africa. And I think that's so interesting that he, as an immigrant to this country, has taken on immigration as such a personal thing, even dabbling in European politics now on these anti-immigrant platforms. He has even talked and gone to some pretty big rhetorical battles, at least with Steve Bannon, who you just mentioned there, over H-1B visas and bringing skilled workers into the United States. I'm wondering, where do you think this is going? Why is this such a personal issue for him, not just in the U.S., but around the world, this anti-immigrant position?
Well, Margaret, as you know, this populism that has swept the Western world, Europe, the United States, is driven by many things, including a sense that there have been open borders and you've had way too many immigrants come in. You know, look, you can go back in history from the 1840s to the present, and you can get anti-immigrant waves. But what you put your finger on is very interesting. Musk himself came in both on a student visa, then an H-1B visa. He believes that America is in competition with the rest of the world, and we do have to let skilled immigrants in. We do have to have the best engineers of the world coming to the United States. And so it's a very complicated sense that we don't want to have open borders, but we do want to get the best, or the smartest, I should say, engineers into America.
Walter Isaacson, so wonderful to have you on this day. Thank you so much. And we are seeing things change across Washington this afternoon, and here's one of them. You may have seen this portrait of General Mark Milley. It was unveiled just a few weeks ago in the Pentagon, and notably there is a, that now what we're showing you is where that portrait has been taken down from the Pentagon. As Donald Trump came to power, we're told that the portrait of the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was removed for a man who served 40 years in the U.S. military. But General Milley got on the wrong side of Donald Trump, and as a result, President Biden issued a pardon for Milley today to warn against any future protection. And Margaret, I know you've spoken with the general. I've interviewed him for 60 Minutes and spoken with him recently as well. He was very worried about his own personal safety and worried about retribution.
Well, it's interesting because he served very closely with Donald Trump as his main military advisor when he was chairman of the Joint Chiefs. This isn't a relationship at a distance that went bad. He was someone who felt when he took that walk back in 2020 to St. John's and stood in the midst of those Black Lives Matter protesters that he had been pulled into something in terms of appearing to represent in uniform someone backing what Donald Trump was saying in that moment in time, and wanted to make clear that he wasn't trying to cross that line of bringing the military into politics, something that he very clearly spoke out about after the fact. Since that time really became very clearly someone who was about lawful orders, obeying only lawful orders, making clear that the president is not the emperor or the king. The president is constrained by design by our founding fathers in the role that he has. And Nora, it's not just our speculation that this was removed intentionally. Katie Miller, who is the wife of Stephen Miller, one of the top advisors to Donald Trump and the soon to be director of Homeland Security or advisor to Homeland Security to the president, was posting publicly and posted just a few hours ago that this is coming down. She called Mark Milley a paper pusher, made all sorts of accusations about him. But he served this country in uniform. And in fact, there is also a cost to this for his personal safety. He is one of the people on the hit list for the Iranian regime because of the role he played in helping to take out Qasem Soleimani, that Iranian general, which he did in part at Donald Trump's direction.
I guess pulling back for a moment, what kind of message do you think this sends within the Pentagon to other uniformed officers who serve the Constitution, not the President of the United States, by design?
You know, Nora, this is something that, and I know you have heard this as well from others, particularly who serve in uniform or have served, how much character, how much judgment, how much rules are just instilled within you as virtues when you take on that uniform, because good order and discipline are part and parcel of having a well-functioning military. So it is really challenging to some of those in uniform to see this idea of loyalty to anything other than the Constitution, of putting aside as well the military, the Code of Military Justice. That's one of the things that came up in the hearing for Pete Hegseth, for example. It's not just because someone's a prude that they don't like that you cheated on your last 2 wives. It's if you did that, you'd be prosecuted if you were in uniform. Mm-hmm. There are reasons some of those things are in there, and that some of the Democrats in particular in that committee went at Pete Hegseth that way because they were trying to make that point, including the ranking member of that committee, saying, you know, character in this way is something that you are supposed to uphold your troops to, mm-hmm. including laws of conduct. How can you elevate people who do not abide by those themselves?
And Robert Costa, Mark Milley had become this symbol for someone who stood up to Donald Trump as president. In many ways, too, but just saying, look, you have to actually sign the orders. You can't just go shoot people in the knees, as Mark Esper described in his book, The Former Secretary of Defense, to quell a domestic protest, that there are rules and regulations that he, I think, probably spoke back to the president, for a lack of a better word, and Donald Trump did not like that, and then has since been forced with a lot of threats, including Steve Bannon saying there should be a military tribunal, that he should be court-martialed in those words. How has that affected General Milley recently?
Nora, when you sat down with General Milley for 60 Minutes, he had a grave answer to you about his own personal security, that he has taken real steps to secure himself and his family in the wake of the Trump presidency. The backstory here is important. In the days after January 6, 2021, then Chairman Milley did 3 different things. One, he called in a mill-to-mill call the leader of the Chinese military and reassured them that the United States was stable. He also had a conversation with then Speaker Pelosi where they talked about what they believed was President Trump's mental unfitness for office and his conduct at the time. And 3, he had a private meeting at the Pentagon with key officials saying that if President Trump decides to do anything militarily, to make sure that General Milley is read in. Once these comments, these episodes were reported by Bob Woodward and myself in our book Peril, Milley came under enormous scrutiny from Republicans, and he had to testify ultimately on Capitol Hill about the decisions he took on January 6th, 7th, and 8th of 2021. And the consequences of those decisions, as he told you on 60 Minutes, continue to hover over his life. And that's why I'm told by a source close to President Biden, he had built a relationship with Chairman Milley in his own presidency, and he wanted to make sure that Milley felt protected in this new Trump presidency.
I want to bring in Jan Crawford because pardons is a big part of today because President Biden has issued so many pardons in these final days, not only for General Milley, but also Anthony Fauci, and then just at the last minute, an extraordinary move for just about every member of his family.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, those are preemptive pardons. They haven't been charged with any crimes, much less convicted. And those are highly unusual, not unprecedented, of course. I mean, we all remember President Ford pardoned former President Nixon. He'd not yet been charged. So there is precedent for it. But this is highly irregular. And I was thinking, I remember there were some Republicans who were urging then President Trump, before he left office, to preemptively pardon members of his own family and potentially even himself. And obviously, Trump declined to do that, at least his immediate family. He did pardon his
father-in-law, Charles Kushner, who is now in
but he had been
diplomatic
charged
role.
and convicted, And
he had actually served time.
Yeah.
He had actually gone through the legal process.
So, I mean, I think, the messages that sends and would these people have been prosecuted? I think, obviously, it's hard to imagine. And then, of course, this is only, they could be prosecuted for future crimes. But it goes to what you're saying, Nora. I mean, the numbers of pardons that we have seen from former now President Biden, I mean, we're talking, what, 4,000? Mm-hmm. And in his first term, President Trump, as he was leaving office, I think, pardoned about 238. So it's quite a dramatic increase here that Biden's done.
It's also interesting to me about Dr. Fauci, who now says he has to travel with security. He released a statement saying, let me be perfectly clear. I've committed no crime. There are no possible grounds for any allegations or threat of a criminal investigation or prosecution. But the fact is, the mere articulation of these baseless threats, the potential that they will be acted upon, create immeasurable, intolerable distress for me and my family. So he says, I acknowledge and appreciate the action that President Biden has taken today on my behalf.
And of course, taking that action is not going to do anything about the threats,
yes,
right? And so that's an issue, I think, that is not unique to whether we're talking about General Milley, Fauci. That is a reality of public service, sadly. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, the threat levels that people are under right now are
actual physical threats.
But does it take away?
I cover the Supreme Court. The justices, there are justices on the Supreme Court who at times have to wear bulletproof vests. I mean, think about that. So, that's again, the pardons don't help that.
But would the preemptive pardons of members of the Biden family, we're not talking about Hunter Biden right now, who has been accused and was convicted. We're talking about other members.
Also pardoned.
Yes, he did also pardon him. But I mean, these preemptive pardons for the other members of the Biden family and for General Milley and for Dr. Fauci. Does that preemptive pardon, though, in some ways say to members of Congress who wanted to hold these hearings and investigate, well, probably not worth it, or do they go ahead and have the hearings anyway?
I think the question is going to be what are you going to see from some of these state attorneys generals? That's where I think you're going to see some of the real action. Because obviously the president can only pardon federal crimes. I mean, we've seen that with President Trump, right? I mean, he couldn't have gotten a pardon for his state court convictions. So whatever you're talking about with Dr. Fauci and being pardoned for any potential federal crimes, there's still a real avenue there for a state attorney general to try to file suit.
I want to switch gears just a little bit and talk about this luncheon that's going on right now on Capitol Hill. The cameras are dark, but earlier we saw the world's most powerful men, these tech executives, where back in the day, Donald Trump Jr. and others railed, including the president, against big tech. Now they have a literal seat at the table, not only with the incoming administration, but with Supreme Court justices sitting right next to them, these justices and their wives. Potential conflict of interest, Jan?
Well, I think one thing that is not on the table in these conversations is anything to do with TikTok or any other kind of issue that would involve social media. It's, I'm sure, just luncheon pleasantries, and who knows? But
really,
yeah, they're not going to talk about.
You mean the justices would be very careful, exactly. But others may try and bring up those conversations.
Sure, like the decision, but they're just not going to engage in those kind of conversations.
So if Tim
Cook about TikTok or social media.
Jan, if Tim Cook says to Judge Alito, so what are you guys thinking?
What are you going to do? Are we really going to have this TikTok?
But it does establish a conversation.
President, I mean, can you give me an advisory opinion? Can President Trump actually
I'm being facetious,
not
but
enforce the law?
Right.
Okay, it does encourage conversation.
I have another question to ask you, because we talked about this on the evening news. So the President of the United States, before he became president, essentially said, I'm going to issue this stay on TikTok, which has raised a number of concerns because this was an act of Congress signed by the President of the United States, upheld by the Supreme Court. Can the president, with a sweep of a pen, undo all of that?
No. And that's what we talked about Friday night. There is a provision in the law that said that if there's a deal in the works, and obviously deals take a long time and maybe it takes a little longer than you think, but if there's a legit deal in the works, that the president could grant a 90-day extension. But the way many members of Congress, including Senator Cotton, read that law is that was something President Biden could have done. Once the law takes effect, which it did.
But before, TikTok is on. But these platforms that Tom Cotton is saying are going to be liable, they've decided to put TikTok back on.
But there's nothing in the law that said TikTok has to go dark. And in fact, TikTok was just playing games on Saturday. The law only says that you have to remove it from if you don't have it on your phone right now, you're not going to be able to get it because it has to come off the app stores, and you're not going to be able to update your app. So it'll gradually lose its, functionality over time. That was TikTok playing games. TikTok doesn't have to remove that. Even now, that's not in the law.
It's always we don't know they want to sell either.
Well, they've refused to entertain any offers whatsoever for over 4 years. So I think that tells us that they don't want to sell, and why they see that as having real value to them to keep that kind of ability to collect data on 170 million Americans.
It's always so great to have you, Jan Crawford. Lots to discuss. Want to talk about what's coming up with immigration, because we've learned that immigration raids are expected to ramp up this week. CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano is in Chicago, one of the cities expected to be targeted. And Lilia, what have we learned?
Nora, good afternoon. What we have learned so far from ICE and from immigration officials is that we shall wait and see. Right now, we've heard from local community members, people who own businesses here, from undocumented immigrants and advocates, that there is a great sense of fear. We've heard from businesses who say, look, some of our workers are not showing up to work tomorrow because they are in fear of these mass deportations. We know that President Trump has said that he will begin the largest mass deportation in American history. But Tom Homan, the border czar, who will become the border czar, over the weekend and for weeks has been saying, look, we are not going to do these mass raids that are being reported, that they're going after people who are considered a national security or a public threat, and that the goal is to make sure that the people who they are detaining and the people who are going to be deported first are people who are under investigation by ICE. That said, that is not what the president has said throughout his campaign. So there's a great deal of fear and anxiety in these communities. What we have also learned today is that the first order of business is something we expected because of the way that the president described it throughout this campaign, was the end of the CBP One app. That is the app that people who seek asylum while in Mexico were able to use in order to have an appointment that is confirmed by the U.S. government and make their beginning of their claim for asylum at 8 different points of entry along the U.S.-Mexico border. Well, now that has ended, meaning that the tens of thousands of people who had appointments and are waiting on the Mexico side now no longer have that opportunity to make their case for asylum while being in the United States. And with that, they have a potential eligibility to work in the meantime. What I thought was interesting, having covered for years the Trump administration's immigration policies, is that without the CBP One app, because you might remember the Biden administration had already shut down the possibility for people to make their case for asylum if they came into the U.S. between ports of entry, meaning without that appointment, is that now it's essentially like going back to the Remain in Mexico policy, where there is no possibility for people to right now show up at the border with an appointment in between ports of entry and try to make their claim for asylum legally. And this policy, the CBP One app, has allowed for nearly 1 million people to enter the U.S. Under the Biden administration.
That is a big change today, as Lilia mentioned, there in Chicago, where some of these immigration raids could start as soon as tomorrow. Thank you, Lilia. I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca. He is in El Paso, Texas, near the U.S.-Mexico border. And I know you could hear Lilia as well. What are you hearing about the real-world impact for some of these migrants who are seeking asylum?
Well, at this point here on the El Paso side, it's hurry up and wait. Now, of course, when President Trump was sworn in, the CBP One app, which is something that migrants would use to try to get some sort of meeting, I screen capped here what it was showing. It says effective January 20th, 2025, the functionalities of CBP One that previously allowed undocumented aliens to submit info and schedule appointments at ports of entry no longer available. Existing appointments have been canceled. We've seen on social media that some people who are waiting on the other side trying to get those appointments, they're just in tears. They're crying. That was part of what the incoming Trump administration, now the president, wanted to kind of control things at the border. Another thing that I want to bring up, in my travels across the U.S.-Mexico border from Texas all the way to California, with the president wanting to declare cartels a terrorist organization, I had Republican and Democratic sheriffs along the border telling me they were a little bit worried about that, partially because they're worried if they're calling those cartels a terrorist organization, they're wondering if people in Mexico or living in those areas of Mexico would now have some sort of asylum claim to try to come to the U.S., saying that they are fleeing terrorism. How that plays out in the court of law, of course, we're going to have to wait and see. The last thing I want to mention is declaring an emergency at the border, which the president said he wanted to do with an executive order. Wants to send the U.S. military. Here in Texas, the U.S. military, the Texas National Guard, is already here. They have been here on the border since 2021 as part of Texas's Operation Lone Star. As of right now, the Texas government is footing that bill, and Governor Greg Abbott here in Texas has been hinting he's hoping the federal government will take over some of that payment. But Tom Homan, the incoming border czar, has said repeatedly in his trips to Texas, that we've seen him, that he wants to make Texas the model for what the border should look like on the southern border. And you're talking Humvees, you have armed soldiers and concertina wire all across the border. Greg Abbott is a Republican, but in New Mexico, Arizona, and California, there are Democratic senators. So how that plays out, we're going to have to wait and see. Nora?
That's well put. Omar Villafranca, thank you for explaining all of that. President Trump promising today to use the muscular power of not only the executive office, but to employ soldiers to carry out this immigration crackdown. He will be signing those executive orders shortly. And as we learn more details, we'll bring them to you. We're going to continue this conversation in just a moment. You're watching CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. We'll be right back.
Colbert's all-new Post-inauguration. CBS tonight.